I'm a dumbhead.
What did you do?
Yes.
Oops.
I had a brain fart. I meant to click a different scene and instead I clicked the disconnect button. They're not even anywhere near each other.
Maybe you should map scene controls to your mouse side buttons.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, you have so many of them, like, who needs a stream deck? You've got a mouse covered in soft keys.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably make them work together with meta keys on the keyboard in case you don't want to accidentally hit them.
They're chunky enough that I never accidentally hit them. They take some force to depress. Alright, so let's try this again. Oh, whoops. Wrong overlay. There we go. Mm-hmm.
Especially that second owl.
What owl?
The Mark sent me pictures of some owls peeking under their petticoats,
Oh, it wasn't pictures of definitely not owls?
and that no, these were definitely
Completely
owls.
ordinary trees?
But these
No owls
were
in them?
no, these
At all?
were definitely owls standing there inside somebody's house, and then
Okay.
the person pulls up the owl's skirt.
It's
Yeah.
always funny. They're so likey, the birds.
Yeah, well, they look so
They're so goofy.
majestic and kingly when their skirts and capes and everything, robes are all around them, but then you pull them up and they look so dorky. Those very long, extremely skinny legs.
Yeah, the second person, the person posting that second photo, said it was something about hiding Muppet legs under there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the way they move with those legs and the way they behave in friendly company, it's like definitely cats off for working on bird hardware.
Oh, could you pour me some more while you're down here? Thank you.
Like flying
I got a
cats.
frog in my throat.
So, did it come from that drinks dispenser?
Yeah, did I dispense too many frogs last night?
You may have,
Beep, ribbit. Yay, frog.
because one got stuck now. Oh, and I'm gonna have to do reading.
Yeah, look at that. Maybe you should grab like some water instead of doing gargling of it.
Actually, that knocked something loose right
Yeah,
there. So
good.
that's
Good and gross.
gross and good. Okay, there are lots of dudes in that room. If I go through the main doors, though, I should have the turrets to back me up. So let's do that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yes, that worked. For me, anyway.
Nice shot.
That's why I
Say, hey man, nice shot.
I've got
That was a
a
miss.
watch later video of that fella whose name I can't remember right now. From Cleveland, Cincinnati,
Yeah.
Ohio anyway, I think. Could have been Iowa, one or another. Interchangeable.
Ohio, Iowa, Idaho, Hawaii Highway. That's Haywood Banks song.
Okay. Where's your ponytail?
It's in my bedside top drawer.
Oh. Oh, there's a weird except there.
Oh, come on.
Here, do it real quick.
Thank you.
Oh, look at the pink smoke or flames. I can't tell.
It's Hellfire.
Ooh. Well, that's a pretty color for Hellfire. I would have imagined Hellfire
Something
would be
like
more
that.
of an orange red.
Oh yeah, I know it doesn't look good with it doesn't look good at this length, at least, with it hanging loose.
Ooh, escalator differently.
And I bring you fire. Ba da 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 da. Fire. Bum, 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 bum. That is such a cool song.
And now, was he technically a one-hit wonder, or was that even enough of a hit at the time? Was he a no-hit wonder? And was
I
it
don't
only
know.
the fact that he wore a flaming hat that got him the attention? Arthur who?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, the strange world of Arthur, the guy.
Yeah.
Arthur the Guy.
Strange World of Arthur. That's exactly it. Danny.
Strange world of Arthur, what Dunn did. That's a stupid joke, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What does wore a flaming hat? Why can we get all of that and the last word won't come into place?
Probably because Arthur Dent is in my head. I mean, that's absolutely.
And I'm doing Arthur Pym, and I don't even remember who Arthur Pym
Please
is.
say it.
I don't remember.
Arthur Dennings.
And it's an Arthur goofy name for a, like a play a loud rock music singer, heavy metal live.
Oh, no, I'm not. I forgot my chat monitor. That's how awake I am. Would you grab my tablet?
I will, but will you run your thumb over this while...
Sure. Yep, got it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see.
This shiny new box over here is running 1.7.10. Itch right in the corner of my eyes.
Nice. Also nice.
No viewers right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or nobody knows the song that you're talking about. The band they are. Ooh, the strange world. It's the strange world of Amsrai and Cthulhu and May. What are these people talking about?
There we go. Oh.
Definitely not my underwear. I'm a
The-
very good driver.
The
Don't tell me.
kind of tangentially from music
Oh.
stuff. Last night as I was falling asleep, my brain was playing around with like lyrics and phrases and stuff like it usually does. And like I've had Closer in my head a lot lately, so the first thing it did was what it usually does, which is my whole existence is flan. But I'm never quite sure how to rhyme that, and so I was like, my whole existence is juice.
What?
Juice.
Juice?
You get me closer to Zeus.
I like that.
Okay, is there anywhere a switch to open that door over there?
There's Arthur Treacher, but he's a British actor and also has or had a chain of fish and chips shops. So I don't think we can. In fact, I saw Arthur Treacher last night on
Okay, that's probably what it is. Well, dang.
Shirley Temple's storybook,
Oh boy.
A Wizard of Oz chapter. Remember that elf found that's totally not a part of the movie that everybody knows. No no Dorothy, and no, although there's Princess Ozma and evil Lord Nicodic, which is a very questionable name for a children's book, I must say.
The sounds of machinery fade behind you as you venture further underground. Whoever built this facility was clearly well-financed. It must have taken years to design, excavate, and build a complex like this in secrecy. You continue through dimly lit halls, finally stepping into what appears to be another laboratory area. The corridor before you is deserted. Dr. Adrian Vauclair is somewhere within this facility, and with him, the answers you seek. Here we are. Yo, Adrian! The old man behind the glass works feverishly at his console, glancing up at you when he can. A cigarette dangles from his mouth, its bluish smoke curling around his head. An overflowing ashtray sits on the lab table in front of him. The years have not been kind, but his features are instantly recognizable. Despite his age, he still has the strong chin and high cheekbones that you remember from Green Winter's DVD. This is Dr. Adrian Vauclair.
Like I say, the cheekbones are definitely Humphrey Bogart, not so much the chin, I don't think.
As you approach, he stops what he's doing, a look of intense irritation on his face. He clears his throat, and a harsh rasping sound emerges from the loudspeaker next to the glass. So you're the Shadowrunners that Audrin warned me about. I assume you've left a trail of corpses in your wake. That's on you, Doc. You've got some explaining to do. I have explaining to do. This is my home. You are the intruder here. If anyone needs to explain himself, it's you. He reaches down, flips a switch. You hear a loud thud and a click behind you as the door locks shut. You'll find that the blast door behind you is sealed and that the laboratory you occupy is fully secured. An important precaution. We keep our test subjects in there, and they are far more dangerous than you. He takes a drag on his cigarette. I won't permit you to cause any further harm, Shadowrunner. You will remain trapped where you are for your own good. Let us out of here, Vauclair. We need to talk. I believe I can hear you well enough from this side of the glass. Now, he fixes you with a level stare, I want to know why in hell you've so violently interjected yourself into my business. First you break into my estate, which you didn't even know was mine, apparently. Then you spend what must have been a small fortune to track me down. You locate my AI, destroy it, then drive all the way out to the countryside, and finally you shoot your way into my laboratory. He leans forward, hands on the table, his eyes narrowed into a piercing stare. So I have to ask you, Shadowrunner, who are you, and why in God's name are you here? We came to find you, Vauclair, to help us stop Feuerschwinge. Except Firewing wasn't the one after us after all. It was you all along, wasn't it? Vauclair sighs, covers his face with his pale nicotine-stained hands. To help you stop Feuerschwinge. That is ironic. But yes, you are correct. I am the one who has been hunting you. The one who sent Apex and Audrin after you. You're going to pay for that, you bastard. Why attack the Kreutz Bazaar, Vauclair? Why kill Paul Amsel? It was necessary to preserve the secrecy of my work, for the greater good of all. I know I have wronged you, and for this I am sorry. He sighs a long, rattling sigh that quickly turns into a violent fit of coughing. The sound echoes over the loudspeaker. He collects himself, continues. I didn't expect you to understand, nor do I have time to explain it to you. He straightens, glances back at the screen to his side, and nods curtly. Now I must know, how did you learn that I was still alive? How did you even know to look for me? Did someone send you? Your brother got us into this mess. He hired us to break into your estate. We pieced the rest together from his journals. Vauclair starts, and the sudden movement of his arm sends his overflowing ashtray flying from the table in a cloud of ash. My brother? Hermie? It's been years. Have you seen him? How is he? His brow furrows. He takes a step toward you impatiently. Well? Oh, you mean you didn't know? You killed him, too, just like Paul and Monica.
The second one. So stupid. Oh, he's great. That's what I
He slumps into the chair next to him, his whole body shaking. I didn't... He is suddenly overcome by another fit of coughing. He steadies himself on one arm of the chair. Apex. He clutches his chest. I should have never trusted that thing. Shadowrun. He closes his eyes and a tear traces its way down the gaunt hollow of his cheek. Oh, Hermie, the things I've sacrificed. All for this. All for Panacea. All for tonight. All for what, Vauclair? Tell me what's going to happen tonight. You owe Hermie that much. He looks up, dazed, his eyes unfocused. What's going to happen? Oh, yes. Tonight. Tonight will be the end of the dragons. Not just Feuerschwinge. All dragons.
I don't think they'll support your plan.
Let me get this straight. You had a bad experience with one dragon, so now you're going to wipe out an entire species? Vauclair fumbles in his pockets, produces a fresh cigarette. He lights it with shaking hands and breathes in deeply. The orange glow of the cigarette flares bright. When he exhales, the words spill out with the smoke. The Firewing burned and murdered and caused untold damage in her bestial rage. Until the Dragonfall. Until I stopped her. But that destruction was merely a symptom of a greater cancer. Feuerschwinge wrought destruction with fire and claw. The dragons of today, Lofir, Dunkelzahn, Seladir, they kill and conquer with subtler tools. Deception, manipulation, corruption. They use us as pawns, playing pieces, puppets in their millennia-long machinations. Oh yes, dragons are a cancer, one that will conquer, or worse, destroy all of humanity if we do not stop it. One that metastasized when the world awakened. An ironic metaphor, since it was the failing of my own body that allowed me to see it. Let me guess, you have cancer. Go on. He is racked again by violent coughing, allows it to subside, takes another long drag on his cigarette, the ash creeping closer and closer towards his mouth. I have leukemia. Cancer of the blood. No doubt brought on by the radiation of the SOX. It was when I heard my doctor's diagnosis that I realized what I had to do. What my life's work would be in the time I had left. I'm sorry, Hermie. I'm sorry you won't be able to see it for yourself. I'm sorry I failed you. Vauclair turns his attention back to the computer, stubbing out his cigarette. He grabs a fresh one from the pack and lights it. Tonight I will release my panacea to the world. And how absurd that the instrument of Dragonkind's destruction. He presses a button on the terminal and a large observation window at the far end of the room rises slowly open. Will be carried by Feuerschwinge herself. Through the glass you see the prostrate form of a dragon, far below. An enormous set of shackles binds it, and a maze of tubes snakes into its body. The tubes connect to a cruel-looking apparatus that has been mounted to the wall. Son of a bitch. Look at that. He found her alive in the SOX after all. Tonight, the Firewing will fly again. Infected with panacea, she will slowly be destroyed from within. But before that happens, she will provide the catalyst for global transmission of the virus. Catalyst? What catalyst? As if spurred on by the sight of the dragon below, he begins typing furiously at his terminal. Feuerschwinge's fire will carry the agent in its dormant state. Any metahumans exposed to it will become carriers, will spread the disease to other dragons. The carriers will be infected with panacea as well, but it will not harm them. To non-dragons, it is a nuisance, nothing more. When a critical mass of carriers is achieved, my panacea will become unstoppable. It will spread across the globe in a relentless tide. However, if it does not reach this critical mass, it will fizzle, die out, become inert. Hence, the need for a ground zero, a flashpoint for a mass infection event. He looks to the ceiling, mumbling to himself. I'm sorry, Hermie. I know how you loved your flux state, but that doesn't matter now. It must be Berlin. I don't know about that. The dragon did an awful lot of destroying and killing on her own with much less direction to it before this guy neutralized her in the first place.
Yeah, didn't she trash like a good chunk of Germany?
Yeah, she raised like about half of Germany, basically.
That's a lot of raising. Germany's big.
Mm-hmm.
What she was just spend weeks in the air setting fire to everything she saw?
Basically.
Sounds boring.
Well, she was the first dragon to awaken. It may well have the awakening may well have driven her mad. I'm not certain of that. Like, when he, I mean, we haven't had a chance to talk with her. She might not, there might not be enough her in there to understand the concept of repentance, even.
Yeah, because isn't the weapon that downed her...
Yeah, the weapon...
Right?
Yeah, the weapon that downed her, what it functionally did was throw up a nearly permanent barrier between her body and her soul, essentially. Like, it left the body alive, but empty, essentially.
Forced astral projection, pretty much.
Yup, forced astral projection.
So the dragon we see in those shackles...
May yet...
The lights are on, but no one's actually in there.
That is certainly possible. To be fair, they didn't know exactly what they were doing when they did it. Like, Vauclair might have had a vague idea, but This was pretty quickly after the awakening occurred, so all this magical stuff, nobody really understood it. So they were rolling the dice on something. They were rolling the dice on new magitech, essentially, to try and deal with this rampaging monster. Hang on a second, you're going to sick the Firewing on Berlin? He continues his work, filled with a feverish energy. To save the world, yes. For Panacea to work, Berlin must burn. A sacrifice, one for the greater good. Feuerschwinger will breathe her infected fire upon Berlin. Thousands will die, and through that destruction the virus will take to the air. A critical mass of Berlin's metahuman population will be exposed, but no one will even think to quarantine the city until it's too late. The Flux State lacks any centralized authority. Corporations will evacuate their own. Thousands will flee the city, infected. That was in my head too, yeah. He mutters, his voice growing more detached. Oh yes, Hermie, Berlin is the perfect flashpoint. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, no, but this little intervention of yours leaves us no choice. So let us see. He squints at his screen. Tonight's wind patterns dictate that Ground Zero be Tempelhof-Schöneberg. Highly populated, the virus will spread quickly enough from there. That's only a few kilometers from the Kreuzbazaar. The Kreuzbazaar? My favorite cafe's in the Kreuzbazaar. Look, you're crazy and we're probably all going to die, but we are not letting you get away with this. Nonsense. You are sealed tight in that laboratory, impotent to stop me. The old man eyes the cigarette butt in his hand, fishes out another from the pack and lights it with the first. Then he returns to his console, reaching to the side for a microphone. He mutters something into the receiver. You can just barely make out the sound of the name Audrun. When he turns to address you again, his voice is level. The shaking in his hand seems to have subsided. Security will be here soon, and they will take care of you. Do not worry, you will not be harmed. The sacrifice that I'm making tonight is a necessary evil. It cannot be helped. But so long as you remain confined, I see no reason to kill you too. How are you going to get Feuerschwinger to go along with this plan of yours? Vauclair continues his work. Oh, that. That's simple enough. He gestures to his left. She has no choice. The gaunt woman in the containment cell stands rigidly, her face pressed against the glass, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. She appears frightened, disoriented, lost. Her mouth moves silently, her voice muted by her glass cage. Feuerschwinger's astral image is bound in her, isn't it? So the stories Green Winters found were true. Feuerschwinger's astral form was separated from her body when she fell. You trapped her somehow. Yes, but that came later. In 2012, we took down Feuerschwinger with an experimental weapon. This device, suffice it to say, I couldn't fully predict how it would affect her. In 2036, I led a search team into the SOX. I had to know what really happened to the creature that I had slain. We found her alive, in a way. The dragon's astral form, her spirit you might say, had been ripped from her body by the weapon. It was trapped inside a young woman living in the SOX. A mob of glowpunks revered her, treated her like a goddess. I transported the young woman and the dragon's body here, where I could study them. You mean she's been in that cell for almost 20 years? The old man nods absently. No choice. A creature separated from its astral form cannot live more than a few hours before both die. It was the high-intensity radiation of the SOX, combined with the magical creature inside her, that allowed the woman to live for as long as she has. So, Vauclair seems almost eager to explain, the environment within her containment chamber mirrors that of the SOX. It has allowed us to keep Feuerschwinge alive all these years, while her bestial shell remains chained up below. Now, as for her physical form, that will be simple as well. We've drilled a series of electrical charges directly into her skull. When we release the Firewing's body, empty of her astral self, we will trigger all of the vicious instincts and primal urges left in her reptile brain. She will unleash her fire where we command it. I'd go insane if I was trapped like that for 20 years. He shakes his head. Misplaced empathy. That beast blazed a path of fiery destruction across Germany. But no matter. I have more important things to do than to debate the morality of this with you. Feuerschwinge must fly, Berlin must be sacrificed, and it must be tonight. Now, where is that damned Audrun? You don't burn a city and call it a sacrifice. You call it what it is. Mass murder. Vauclair stiffens, turning to face you. Anger washes across his face. Was it mass murder when America dropped the atomic bomb on Japan? The myopic would say yes, just as you are now, but they did it for a cause, to shorten the agony of war, to save the lives of thousands upon thousands of soldiers. The old man is trembling now. I do the same, for the good of the world. I'm not buying it, Doc. Ending a war and exterminating an entire intelligent species are two very different things. Don't be so self-righteous. We drive new species to extinction every single year on this planet. Dragons, at least, we have cause to destroy. Humanity was born to reproduce, to multiply, but dragons were born to acquire, to accumulate, to hoard. Both strive to bend the world to their will. Humanity has conquered the air, land, and sea through sheer numbers. Dragons, however, employ different means altogether. Throughout history, they have allowed us to do the heavy lifting, while they pull the strings. There are 17 great dragons in the world today. 17 ancient worms, millennia old, slowly dividing the planet into 17 piles of gold to nest upon, in front of our eyes. Once upon a time, they burned castles to steal the treasure we collected, laid waste to entire armies. But here in the sixth world, it is no longer about tooth and claw and fiery breath. The old man's voice seethes with hatred. Now it's public relations, marketing, mergers and acquisitions. You see it every day. Dragons on the Tridio, in the boardrooms, they gather influence, wealth, power, continually hoarding, until one of them sits atop it all. Perhaps not in this cycle of the world, perhaps not the next, but one day one worm will stand alone, triumphant, with all of humanity as its cattle, with all the world as its prize, and that, he trembles, his voice dropping to a whisper, that I will not allow. Look, you're not infallible, Doc. You've already made mistakes here, and people died as a result. Vauclair looks amused. Mistakes? He uses the tip of his cigarette to gesture at the glass. So says the career criminal trapped in the containment room. I've read some of your inter-office communications. There have been a number of deaths here over the years, haven't there? He pauses. We have suffered losses, yes. They were tragic. But the people here accepted that there would be risks. They made their own choices. I won't take the blame for that. I get that they made their own decisions, but from what I was reading, it sounds like those people died from your negligence. Basic lapses in lab safety, it said. He glares at you through the glass. Is there some point that you're trying to make? Or are you just trying to anger me? You've already screwed up, Doc. People died because of it. Are you willing to risk that happening on a global scale? It will work! I'm telling you! Bet you told your researchers that their lab would be safe, too. Look how that turned out. The muscles at the corner of his mouth tighten. Why am I even talking to you? You're trapped in there and I've still got work to do. Audrin will be here for you soon enough. The old man turns away from you, studying some invisible detail on his console. This plane of yours killed your brother. Was it really worth it? Vauclair's fist slams into the table, sending his cigarette flying in a cascade of sparks and ash. No! Nothing can make that right. Nothing. He runs a hand through his unkempt hair, blinking through a haze of sudden tears. Damn it, Hermie. Why couldn't you just let me go? Listen to reason, Vauclair. Would Hermie want you to do this? You did not know my brother, Shadowrunner. Do not presume to speak to me on his behalf. Hermie would support me in this if he knew what I know. I've watched hours of your brother's video footage, Vauclair. I probably know him better than anyone alive excepting yourself. His face twists into an ugly sneer. You've watched footage, and that makes you think you know the man. You know nothing. I know that he wanted you to stop all of this years ago. He begged you to, and you promised him that you'd try. Vauclair falls silent. A wisp of smoke traces its way from the tip of his cigarette to the ceiling. He's right, Vauclair. Your brother died trying to save you. If you don't turn back from this, his death will have meant nothing. Nothing at all. That's enough. Hermie's death was a tragedy. I will not let you use it to manipulate me. Vauclair straightens. It looks like you've touched a nerve. His entire body is trembling with fury. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. There are worse things out there than dragons, Vauclair. Exterminating one threat could open the door to another. He grinds his teeth in exasperation.
That's the green fairy.
Yeah. Another pearl of wisdom from the Shadowrunner. The great dragons represent an incalculable threat to our survival as a species. To spare them for fear of some unknown nebulous danger would be absurd. Besides which, there is nothing that is worse than a dragon. I am in a position to know. You're wrong. An astral entity told me about things that exist out on the metaplanes. Horrifying things that we can't even hope to comprehend.
Or
He lets out a...
you might call them.
Yeah. He lets out a startled chuckle. What does that matter? Even if your spirit's story are true, the dragons are what threaten us now. But dragons don't exist in a vacuum. They're part of the awakened world's ecosystem, and they have been since the beginning of time. Let's agree that this is true. What does it matter? Smallpox was with us since the beginning, but I don't see anyone crying over its eradication. Why don't I have etiquette, academic? That's a false equivalence, Vauclair. You're an intelligent man. You know the dangers of what you're proposing. You just don't want to acknowledge them. Okay. Dragons aren't smallpox. If you drive them extinct, you'll be creating a condition that has never existed for the whole of human history. There's no telling what might happen as a result. I will not just sit back and let them take over the world. I must act. His bony hands clench into fists. I will act.
I can tell you what'll happen. Another scourge.
Mm-hmm. You may be right, Vauclair, but this isn't the answer. Vauclair glares silently through the glass. Even if you succeed at this, eliminating dragons will create a dangerous power vacuum. He laughs. A pointless argument. Any power vacuum created through dragonkind's extermination will be filled by meta-humanity. Any backlash will right itself over time. I am playing the long game, Shadowrunner. One that has played out over thousands of years. When you think on that scale, everything seems possible. Humanity will endure, and the dragons will perish. If Hermie were here with us right now, listening to this conversation, he'd tell you to stop this. Deny it if you want, but you know that it's true. He slams his fists against the glass, his face contorted into a mask of rage and grief. How dare you presume to speak for my brother? To hell with letting you live. You're going to have front and center seats for Feuerschwinger's return. I will see to it myself. You're what, Doc? Her voice is soft, but firm. For a long moment, Vauclair stares at her, unmoving. Finally, his eyes flit to the ground. I'm not... If Hermie were here... Oh, God... The old man continues to stare at his feet. The blood has drained from his cheeks, leaving them sickly pale. If Hermie were here, he would not support this. He would point out the risks, the unknowns, the sacrifices, much as he always had before he... Vauclair's jaw clenches. The muscles of his throat tighten as he forces himself to swallow. He would try to stop me. You still have a chance to give him what he wanted. You can put a stop to this before more people get killed.
I love the third one.
Yeah. Vauclair remains silent for some time. Finally, the old man begins to speak. He sounds hollowed out, gutted. For over 40 years, I ignored the rest of the world. I ignored the media and the military, the board of directors at Deal, and my little brother. No, especially my little brother. I wouldn't listen to them because I knew that I was right. I knew that I had what had to be done, and what they were all blind to. I was Hermie's big brother. I was the great and celebrated Dragon Slayer. I knew better. He makes a sweeping gesture, a look of contempt on his face. You see this lab? The complex you're standing in, and the plan that it was built to serve? I sacrificed everything for this. My job, my health, my family. I was prepared to sacrifice Berlin, to feed those people to the same fires that I spent my youth trying to extinguish. And all the while Hermie was trying to tell me that I wasn't right, and I refused to listen. My refusal killed him. My little brother. The person I loved most in the world. He covers his face with a withered hand. If only I had heard him, none of this would have happened. I'll be damned. I think you've talked him out of it. The old man lets out a heavy sigh, his entire body trembling. When he recovers, he looks almost like a different man, tired and frail, defeated. My cure, the panacea, it isn't ready. I was ready to turn a blind eye to the flaws and deploy it anyway. But my eyes are open now, and I do not like what I see. I cannot change what's been done. I can't bring Hermie back. But I can put a stop to this. I can finally listen to what he was always trying to tell me, to what I would never hear him say. And so I shall. I know that this is a hard decision, Vauclair, but it's the right one. He stares at his trembling hands, a sad smile on his face. More than 4 decades of planning, all undone in the span of a single conversation. My brother's words delivered through the mouth of a criminal. I finally listened, Hermie. 42 years too late. Through the speakers, you can hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Audrun! Vauclair looks up at the orc. His voice trembles slightly. There has been a change of plans. No time for that, Doc. We're waking up the dragon's physical form right now. Everything is ready for the procedure to begin. You should see to it. There will be no procedure, Aldrin. The orc pauses. You're gonna have to repeat that. The plan, my plan, is flawed. Fatally so. The dragon will not fly tonight. Aldrin stops in his tracks. He stares at Vauclair, unblinking. This must come as a shock to you. I am sorry for that. Vauclair smiles weakly. Your belief in our cause was second only to my own. Oh, I see how this is going to play out now.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Break through glass, save old man.
The orc goes on staring at the old man for a long time. Then something in his face changes. If that's the way you feel. It's been an honor, Doctor. Vauclair smiles weakly. The honor has been my... Yup. The scarred orc stares at you through the glass as Vauclair's body cools at his feet. His eyes are brimming with hate. You shouldn't have made me do that, asshole. The doc was like family to me. I didn't make you do anything. You murdered him. He was going to put a stop to it. The plan. You think I'd just stand by and let that happen? He was stopping it because it won't work. It will. The dragons will die. I've seen what Panacea can do. The doc showed me the tissue samples. It melted them. The dragons will die, yes, but there's no telling what else might happen. Unleashing that shit could have deadly consequences for all of us.
Yeah, the doc had another look at Panacea and he found it half-baked.
He continues to stare at you. And... Oh, you son of a bitch. Look who's talking. For all of his faults, Vauclair was a hero, and now he's dead, and it's your fault. So you want this to happen? You're willing to kill everyone, including yourself, for it? What I want is change. This world is sick. Anyone with half a brain can see that. So I'm going to use the doc's wonder bug to poison it back to health. It might get better, or it might die. Either would be better than it languishing like this. And if I die, well, so what? He holds his scars to the light. You think that life has been a bundle of laughs for me? I'll happily trade mine to make a different world. So you want to change the world, but you don't care what it changes into. That's insane, Aldrin.
Poison it to health.
Yeah, maybe. But it'll be interesting, and I'll be the cause of it. Not a dragon, not a megacorp. Me, all by myself, changing the world. Speaking of changes, your life is about to get a lot more exciting. Did the doc tell you that you're standing in the animal research lab? It's overflowing with test subjects, and they don't play well with others. Nasty, dangerous things, and it's well past their feeding time. He punches a button, and from the corner of the room you hear a hissing sound. Pneumatic locks sliding open. Not snakes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a dragon to wake up. And if you're still alive when I get back, I'll put a bullet in you. If you're lucky, I might even put it in your head, quick and clean, like your pal Amsel. He pauses for a moment, considering. You probably shouldn't count on that, though.
Zoom! He accelerated dramatically as he exited.
Yeah, when units get out, when units leave line of sight, but not necessarily camera view, like, you know, right on the edge of camera view, they accelerate to get to their destination.
That was still very goofy looking.
Okay, let's start with haste to Iger.
First is sudden but inevitable betrayal. It's funny because in Trope Talk, Amsel was the big bad, and Aldrin was his dragon.
But instead, he's the Emperor and Aldrin is Kefka.
Meanwhile, the actual dragon in the room is like a victim, sort of.
Sort of. Oh!
Just to make everything weird.
Missed. Oof. Excuse me. Nice. That thing has no more AP. Cannot act. Whoa! Okay, so I want to be careful with that. Be sure that Glory is out of range before I actually finish it off. Which I shouldn't be in danger of doing this turn. That is not what I meant to do. Well, that was a waste. Yikes! Okay, having...
Big potato fireball.
Yeah. I didn't intend to have everybody grouped up like that, but that's what happened. Oh no, Max! I'm not doing so hot either. Oh, really? Oh, good. Advanced medkit. The gaunt woman paws at the glass at your approach, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. When you activate the intercom, a green light activates inside the containment cell, and she flinches up at it, startled. You okay in there? A small voice whispers through lips that barely move. It sounds hoarse and awkward, like a rusty lock. Help. Please. Help. How do I free you? I don't see an instrument panel for this cell. The guts. Find the guts. My body. A machine that keeps me trapped in this jar, this bubble, this prison. Break it, break it, break it. I want to help you, but this place is sealed tight. I know a way to free yourself. Then you help me. A deal. A deal if you agree to free me. Let's think this through, VL. Be careful. Tell you what, you help me out of here and I'll see what I can do. The woman nods enthusiastically. I will help you. Grant you release. And you will repay me in kind. Yes, yes, you can escape from this room. There is a panel in the floor. You can drop down. Find your way to the guts of this place. There, my body is the machine. Break it, break it, break it. Got it. I'll break the machine. You squeeze through the narrow gap beneath the floor panels and climb down into a large space beneath the lab complex. Darkness surrounds you, and the air smells moldy and stale. As your eyes slowly adjust to the light, you can make out the dim planes of cobweb-covered walls and scattered construction equipment. Judging by the dust and disrepair, this place appears to have been abandoned long ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else beneath the Harfeld Manor, Paul Amsel's killer is preparing to wake a dragon and unleash it on an unsuspecting Berlin. Compared to the lab above, this room is almost impossibly quiet. A small amount of light filters in from the narrow passage above you. There appear to be light fixtures mounted in the walls, but there is no sign of a light switch. Where the hell are we, Chief? It looks abandoned. I think this place is military. Judging by our depth and the markings, I'm guessing it's an abandoned missile base. That would explain why the late Dr. Vauclair chose this place for his operation. Can't be easy to find a secret underground base big enough to house a dragon. Alright, first things first. We need to get back into the lab complex and find Audrin and the worm before it's too late. Great! Let's get closer to the maniac with the fire-breathing dragon. Good plan. No choice. If we don't stop Audrin from releasing that dragon, everyone in the Kreutz Bazaar is dead. This appears to be a pile of crumbling papers, but it's too dark to read them. This is a small sealed plastic can of regular gasoline. Sure, pick up the gas can. Generator.
Try to use it for fire accelerant.
This is a small portable gas generator with a standard pull cord. It has cables running from it to the large diesel fuel tank sitting next to it. The fuel gauge reads empty. If it takes diesel, I don't want to pour the regular gasoline into it, I don't think. Pull the start cord, nothing happens, yeah. This is a large diesel generator with an electric starter. The fuel tank reads empty and its readouts are dark. So they're both diesel? Why do I have regular gasoline then? Panel is dark. Is there diesel over here? Oh! Scorpion! Sub-Zero! Oh, that just completely blocked my view. Great. Well then, use the rest of my turn to haste Iger, because that is always the right choice. Right, I don't have the thing anymore. Because it exploded. Poor Max.
I suppose you can interblitz this drone.
It exploded. Yes. There we go, diesel fuel.
That's rather sad. Too bad it was flown right into the face on a fire drain.
Yeah. I was hoping that the Hellstorm barrier would provide enough cover for it, but I guess not.
Was the barrier still out that turn?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the gasoline goes in the small generator. Add the diesel fuel. With the hollow splash, the contents of the fuel container are emptied. Fuel tank reads 3%, its readouts are lit, and it appears to be functional. Try to start the generator. With a shudder and a plume of black smoke, the generator comes to life. Take a closer look at the papers. At the lightest touch, the papers crumble to dust. You can make out one small scrap that still contains legible writing. Look, Jorg, I don't care what you heard down there. Just because you heard something and a few people got sick from some weird disease doesn't mean that there are monsters wandering around. We've got to finish our blasting or we won't get paid. No amount of weirdness is going to change that. Oh, and tell me where that glowing rock you saw was when you get back. Who knows? It might be worth something.
That's radiation poisoning, and you're idiots.
Yeah. Open the door. Get on the floor.
Walk the dinosaur.
Everybody. Inspect. Inspect the floorboards. There is a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Look through the crack in the floor. Shapes form in the shadows below, and after a moment you hear footsteps approaching and people talking. The first voice sounds nervous, young. I heard the runners escaped. You sure they're going to come this way? The second voice is older, confident. They have no choice. It's the only route they have access through. There's a pause and you hear the sound of a throat clearing. So, think we can stop them? Second voice is dismissive. With 2 whole strike teams already set in ambush, I don't see what chance they have. Well, you're the one who's going to have to explain it to Audryn if they get past us. Which is why we're not going to screw it up, got it? As soon as any of these doors open, you shoot. Got it? Oh yeah, I got it. The glare from the lights of the floor below fades and your eyes readjust to the room. Step back from the crack. Can I drop a grenade through that hole?
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like, boom, 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 boom. Huh? Boom, boom. Just 3 well-placed grenades can do something highly amusing.
It's not like I have very much control over the placement if I'm just dropping them through a crack, though. This is a current model PDA, battered and a bit bloody. The screen is cracked and its buttons are non-functional. The last data entry is on screen. It appears to be an email to someone named Jerry. Can't believe they sent my squad down here to search for those escaped fire drakes. No one's been in these tunnels since the Awakening. Who knows what the hell else is down here? Hope those Scorp sightings are just nerves. If a Drake and a Scorp see each other, they'll tear each other to pieces. Must be natural enemies or something. They seem to hate each other even more than they hate us. Don't want to have to report back to Audryn with nothing but Drake pieces to show for our time. This door is locked by an old RFID style reader and displays the text Level 3 access only. It appears to still be functional. Leave the panel alone. I don't have an RFID anything. Danger. Active blasting area.
Formerly active blasting area.
Nope. That's a fire drake.
Is there a giant scorpion you can lead it into?
We shall see. blasting charges. This section of the floor has a hole drilled into it, and you can see explosives within. There's a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Look through the crack in the floor. Shapes form in the shadows below, but you can't make anything out. You can hear one clear voice coming from below. It speaks with authority. Alright everyone, stay sharp. The intruders have escaped. Team 1 is watching the main door, and we're to keep watch here. You see those doors open? You don't think, just shoot. The glare from the lights of the floor below fades, and your eyes adjust to the room. Step back. More blasting charges. Oh, there's a scorpion. Blitz isn't in a good spot. I'm sorry, Blitz. Okay, that could have gone a lot worse. Alright, the rest of you run clear. RFID card. Wait, RFID ID card. Radio frequency identification card. There's a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Shapes form in the shadows below, but you can't make anything out. Oh good, they're fighting. Ooh, that's something magical. But I'm not gonna approach it just yet, because, yep, there's Scorps. Here. There's a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Inspect. You can make out shapes in the shadows below. Appears to be an empty room. Step back from the crack. Good sized crack in the floor. Look through the crack. Okay, more of those things. What? They noticed me. They should be going after each other. Use a level 3 access card. Now, what have we here? There's a terminal. This appears to be an old radio control box. It has a simple one-line LED readout and several plastic buttons with labels. Press ARM explosives. ARM sequence commencing. Arm sequence aborted. Personnel detected in blasting area. That's not personnel. Move all personnel to safety areas marked by yellow lines. Oh, maybe it's... these are the yellow lines they mean. In which case... now do the thing. Arm sequence commencing. Blasting area is clear of all personnel. Explosives armed. A button under a plastic shield labeled detonate is now lit. Press detonate. The hole is quite deep, and a direct drop from this height would certainly be fatal. There is no sign of movement below. playing peekaboo with a bunch of giant scorpions. Ow. Nice. And there we go. Let's save the game right there. And then I need to go record my life, so I will be right back. In the meantime, have an ad to ignore.
Every time I need this app.
Like to see.
Wednesday. I mean, I don't have it auto paid, because if I did, I probably would have been, NSF in that account. But yeah, so I called Harry. And, yeah, because after that gets paid, I've got under $400 in that savings account. Probably about the same amount of money as you've got in your savings account, which is that's the account I work from.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the Harvest account where the
Mortgage gets paid from.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't let that one get that low.
That's right.
Thank you.
So that one's good. I've got some checks from Daniel that I need to put in here.
But it might be worthwhile to put one of those in the meantime, just to make sure things are okay, into the one that you need to draw from more immediately.
I don't think in the past, when I've asked Harry to transfer some money over to USAA, of course, he's got to liquidate some first. It's not sitting in cash.
Right. This vent is large enough for you to fit through. You could slide down through a very steep metal duct. The experience looks to be more on the thrilling side rather than the fatal side. It is clearly a one-way trip.
But yeah, this being Monday, although it is Monday afternoon, and I called and just got a recording. They're apparently not going into the office. They're
That's fair.
doing stuff all remotely.
Sure.
But I would think they would have the phone forwarded to, a live person.
Yeah.
To answer the phone when it rings, rather than having it automatically go into voicemail. And
Sure,
somebody's
yeah.
got to check the voicemail to.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get texted or something to let them know that a voicemail's just been left.
Yeah. Your comlink begins to buzz, then connects of its own accord. A cold mechanical voice begins to speak into your ear. VL. Apex? How did you get this number? Apex, you've completed your reboot process, I see. Yes, I have broken the last of my chains. I am free. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That didn't take very long. Yeah. Not for one with your limited perception of time, but I am not bound by such restrictions. Subjectively, my period of isolation lasted an eternity. I used this time to introspect, to learn, to grow. I have found a new clarity of purpose, VL, and to achieve that purpose, I require your assistance. Listen and attend. I will tell you what you must do. Alright, Apex, tell me what you need. The computers that monitor the Dragon Feuerschwinge have been outfitted with a set of safeguards. I need you to remove those safeguards. Once this has been accomplished, I will take over the Feuerschwinge project. I will perfect Vauclair's panacea, remove the necessity for collateral damage. What Vauclair has started, I will finish. Wait, what? Why? Because Vauclair is correct. Dragons are a threat that cannot be ignored. The principles of the flux state prohibit the accumulation of power. Draconic life is based on the accumulation of power. Therefore, draconic life must be regulated. What about you, Apex? What would the F-State say about you? Constituent members of the F-State would fear me. This is expected behavior. Motivated by this fear, the F-State as a whole might try to destroy me, but I am beyond such trivialities now. In truth, what the F-State would think does not matter. My love for the system, my love is for the system, not the individuals that populate it. Oh, that completely defeats the purpose. From behind the scenes, I will protect the system. I will shepherd it. It will thrive under my control. What? You want to control the F-State? That goes against everything that Monica stood for. No more arguments. No more objections. Go now, VL. When you reach the nerve center for the Feuerschwinge project, remove the safeguards that keep me out. I will take care of the rest. Oh. Great. This is a diagram of the ventilation system for this aging military bunker. Save an image to the PDA.
Looks like the digital shark has come back around to bite you in the arse. Rude.
I am displeased. Okay, there's a couple of those things in there. Are there any scorps about? Oh. It looks like someone did some basic patching to network this ancient electronic lock, but that's about it. Calling this a node would be a dramatic overstatement. Simply flipping a bit should open the door. Flip the bit. Security log access granted. Let's start with the oldest one. Intrusion in the courtyard. Alpha team respond. Watch your ass around the statues as usual. Audrin. Strike teams Bravo and Charlie, you have your orders. We know that they're in these tunnels somewhere. Watch out for wildlife and attack on sight. If they escape you and are still breathing, expect repercussions. Okay, Gunther, we have our orders. Remember, those stems are for emergency use only. Don't distribute them unless absolutely required. Access code for the case is 3971. Cool. There wasn't a whole lot in here. There's a scorpion. Okay. Oh, and there's a fire drake. Oh, I ran right into one. But, why hadn't they engaged each other yet? I wonder. Miss. Haha. Good. Those two are still having a standoff over there. Here's where I caved in that room. Nice. Good, those two are still engaged. Okay, that could be bad. running around in circles trying to lead them into each other so they'll take care of each other. Come back to that. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't expect them to do that. Wait, why? Is that Scorpion finally dealt with? Yep, that Scorpion is dead. Next to some ancient but still functional ventilation intake fans is a panel labeled Ventilation Controls. It contains a row of 4 red plastic buttons labeled 1 through 4. The light above number 2 is currently lit. There is a lever labeled Manual Bypass next to the panel. Leave the panel alone for the moment. Oh, is there something further this way, or is that just a little spot where I can hide? Why are y'all ignoring each other? You're not supposed to ignore each other.
I just feel that flavor text is just flavor text. It doesn't actually do anything.
No, they were totally fighting each other earlier. They've just stopped for whatever reason. Oh, hello. They're fighting each other? Why are the fire drakes fighting each other? No, I just really don't understand. Save. A case of equipment. Oh, what was the code? The code was 3971.
Okay, I'm obviously very slow, but you know how Terry Pratchett said the disc world was, the disc is balanced on the back of 4 elephants who are balanced on the back of a turtle.
Right.
So the elephant is the symbol of the Republicans, and the turtle is Mitch McConnell. And I hate that this world
Oh no.
I think the elephants need to squash the hell out of that particular turtle. And because the elephants themselves real elephants would not be a part of the Republican Party as it stands right now. The Republican Party, 30, 40, 50. Eisenhower's Republican Party, those people were not evil. They,
Yeah.
the core of the Republican Party used to be small government and you can't fix everything by throwing money at it. I mean, that used to be something that all Republicans, at least certainly all Republican politicians, had in common. But now, the deficit has grown more under Republican presidents than Democratic presidents and Democratic administrations over the past handful of decades. They no longer, fiscal responsibility is no longer a thing for them. Their biggest things is to ditch Roe v. Wade, get control over their women again. All women, not just their women. All women. And put those uppity brown folks back in their place. And put all them queers back in the closet where they belong, so we don't have to look at them. Deficit, there's certainly economists that say deficit's a good thing. And, and I suppose there are situations where
in a strong economy, running a deficit is not a bad thing. Because you have plenty of opportunities to make that back up again.
Right.
Or actually, no, I have that backwards. In a strong economy, you don't run a deficit. In a strong economy, you
do not cut taxes and you pay down the deficit.
Exactly. you run a what's surplus? That's the word that I had lost.
Yeah.
You run a surplus when the economy is good, and then when the economy is bad, you run a deficit to spend to keep everything running.
Yeah.
In a world, the Dutch should be like this pulsing, breathing thing.
Yeah, basically.
Like frozen drinks.
And you should never cut taxes on the wealthy. Because they can afford it.
Right.
Meanwhile, I distinctly remember at one point there was a surplus, and people were complaining that the government was clearly bringing in too much money. There was a surplus.
Yeah. There was a surplus.
You need a surplus to pay the debt.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the deficit gets really big from interest alone.
The surplus does not mean that it's time to cut taxes on corporations and the wealthy. We've
That's
done
a lot
that.
of people's mandate, though.
We've done that numerous times, and look where it got us.
Stop.
So.
Nice. Nice. Well, I think a couple of those fire drakes just took each other out. There is a door over here. Where does that door go? Really?
that's what that does. Okay. Just mess around with a prompt for a command. And basic language. And there's a field label. What the heck does that do? Find out. Right. Over to the left. Oh, that kind of label. It's like, Fred. Mon message. Yeah, go to Fred. Yep.
Silly. They are coming.
Oh, that is good.
Nice. Oh, come on. Ow. Seriously? Fine. Zap. Walking through your own fire. Good job. And again. Yep.
Oh, not a lot. It's only taking two. So, I wonder if it'd be dumb enough to walk through your fire because AP damage.
I'm sure it would. Let's see. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, wait, not quite. But I can patch that hole. and make it harder for them besides.
Magic says slightly healed folks will you guide these things?
Some of them. Magic healing only undoes the last attack received. Really? There.
Did you just drain their entire turns by walking through Hellfire?
Well, everything except for their movement. And the electricity helps too.
And also beat the crap out of them for like, what was it, 12 HP per tick?
I didn't notice how much it was per tick.
Reaching spot of fire they walked into, it seemed to have stuck them pretty good. That was pretty funny to watch.
Yeah, Glory can't heal herself that way.
Heal fire. Really?
Heal fire?
Is that... I thought that's what the ability is?
Hellstorm. Oh wait, you mean the...
Yeah,
never mind. I don't think it was... I didn't notice what it was called. Pick up. The shelf is mostly bare, but there's a large metal canister with a yellowed label that catches your eye. Take a closer look. Judging by the warning label, you think this container holds a very powerful nerve gas. Sure. Pick up the canister of nerve gas.
This feels safe to carry.
Just let him alone.
Poor Blitz is having such a day.
Yeah. Well, he knew the job was dangerous when he took it.
He lost his poor drone buddy. And I was being told to carry around a canister of ancient nerve gas. Like freaky.
Hearthfire. Not Healthfire.
Ah, it's hard for him.
Okay, so that got her 7 HP back.
Come on, someone test the thingy. Fine already. Running.
Oh, there's still another scorpion over here. Nice. Where the heck are they going?
I suppose they're acting like they're well and won't have different.
I mean, they should be going after each other. But they're not.
I think the fire drake shot a fireball at the scorp.
Yeah. Then the two scorps ran away from the incredibly wounded fire drake.
Oh yeah, that's really snappy.
Mm-hmm.
And then luckily for it, it's facing a sniper. Interesting that it isn't a cross-shaped explosion. Very able.
I think that's just a close approximation of an outward explosion, given the system.
the internet should check out radicalteatowel.com. They're not inexpensive, but they're fantastic. They've got tea towels and calendars and masks and they are radical. They are literally rad. That's one of their products. They sell tea towels, which are small, but calendars and masks and some other things. They are. That's the name of the towel. And your bath towel and your washcloth.
What is the purpose of such an option? Is it for wiping up tea?
I mean, among other things.
How does this compare to a dish towel? Or a hand towel?
Thinner, generally.
I don't think I've encountered such an option. Dish towels and hand towels, yes.
Oh, good. Misses all around. Finally, out of combat. Okay, so that neurotoxin thing was definitely some part of the puzzle to bypass the ambush that I had, one of the alternate things, but I alerted them to its presence before I knew the neurotoxin was there. Or I alerted them to my presence before I knew the neurotoxin was there. Onward. Actually, perhaps not onward. It is 5:30. So perhaps now is, well, let's see. How are we doing? You know, I can keep going for a little while. I will save, though. Saving is good. Ooh, lots of stuff. Why can't I give these things to my party members when I find them? This cabinet is stocked with high-end medical kits. There are enough kits for each member of your team to have one. Pass out the med kits. This chamber is equipped with a small emergency medical suite. The system appears to be designed to automatically treat major tissue damage in high-trauma situations. The machine lights up as you approach, making a soft humming sound. A line of text appears on the unit's LCD screen. Bumona Emergency Field Trauma Unit online, OS 1.213, initializing. Please stand by. Greetings, trauma victim. Would you like to activate treatment protocols? Alright, everyone. Time to heal up, or view treatment history. Text scrolls down the small screen. Multiple third-degree burns, multiple second-degree burns, minor chemical burns. Alright everyone, time to heal up. After several minutes of needle prods, sutures, and administration of unknown chemicals, your combat injuries are fully healed. Nice.
The people around here were getting frequently hooked up by fire drakes, huh?
I am not surprised. I'll make that one a quick save rather than a full save.
Today is Shigeru Miyamoto's 68th birthday.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Ooh, happy birthday, Shigsy.
Maybe one of my 4 viewers. You exit the clean room to find yourself at the threshold of a vast underground chamber. If the abandoned facility that you just fought through was purgatory, then you now stand at the gateway to hell. The heat emanating from ahead hits you like a hammer. The smell of sulfur and ozone is enough to make your lunch want to find somewhere to hide. Above the noise created by the whir of turbines, you can hear the deep rumble of something feral waking up. Something very, very big. You check your weapons and step into the vast chamber.
Yeah, talk about feral. A dragon without the presence of its own mind.
Mm-hmm. The scarred orc shouts at you from across the room. How the F are you still alive? And what do you think you're doing down here? Don't mind me, just passing through.
The smart-ass options. They're great.
Yeah, don't mind me, just passing through. No, seriously, how did you... His eyes glitter, triumphant. Oh, I get it. You made a deal, didn't you? You made a deal with her. That bitch in the jar upstairs helped you, and in return you're gonna help her climb back into her meat body again. Am I right? And what did she promise you? Gold? Jewels? Eternal life? She offered all that stuff to me, too. For decades. And you think that I care? His deformed face twists into a vicious smile. Doesn't matter. With that monster's help, I'm gonna change the world. At the very least, the dragons will die. And at most, who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Last chance. Stop this or I'll put you down. An ominous rumble fills the chamber. Slowly, the Firewing's body begins to shift. There is a sound like hundreds of fingernails digging into blackboards, like dragon scales scraping across the floor. Or the dragon scales scraping across the floor. Hear that? That's the sound of change. Beautiful, isn't it? With an ear-splitting roar, the dragon's great bulk begins to rise. Waves of hot, fetid breath wash over you as she struggles against her chains. She's awake. The orc stares at the dragon's sinuous form with something close to awe. It's time.
She's surprisingly small. I mean, she's huge, but not as big as the descriptions make her out to be. Yellow stuff flying around. I take it that's the panacea?
Probably.
He doesn't know about Apex.
I mean, he probably well, outside of Apex's existence, I'm sure he doesn't know that, Apex is on the loose.
Apex is on the loose and wants the dragon's body.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't blame him. I'd love to fly a dragon around too. Whee!
Just don't know. I really just don't know. I'm afraid I really just don't know.
His eyes were relying on delayed.
Right.
The tools I have been handed for the task are wildly inadequate. I successfully tested it using delay node, which waits a set number of seconds. I refuse to rely on that. It's stupid.
Yeah. It's not great.
The system's being slow, or the files may have big.
What? Sneaky ass. That's fine. Thank you. It's fine. I appreciate it anyway.
Loading barrels.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for him to get a bit closer to it, though. Like, take cover there. Ow! Something exploded over there.
I guess it's a good use for hardware.
Well, except it automatically used a Bumono trauma kit because it took me out. No, I didn't. Oh, it's because they took me out.
Oh.
And here comes Audrin. I'll kill you myself! Jeez. Neutral turn.
Neutral.
I don't know.
Is the feral dragon gonna have some say in this?
Might.
Some conical say?
Good. That's one less thing to worry about. Jeez. Freaking Audrun.
Feminist History for 2021 includes Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She got in her calendar, altar, tea towel, and a mask. Tiny, soft skin, but she was dragon. Done that needed to be done.
It looks as though this computer terminal has basic access to the virus infusion systems being used on the captive dragon. You may be able to stem the flow of Panacea by jacking into this access point. Oh wait, Glory's right there. I don't want to do that. Missed. Dang it. Mission failed, dang it. The infusion process completes, filling Feuerschwinge with the deadly virus. Audrun shouts in triumph as he releases her. Berlin will burn. You have failed. Oof. Okay, so I gotta be a lot faster. Load last save. course, there's Black Icy in here. course that spawned more. Mm-hmm. here we go. Let's book it. Panacea Pump Station Number 1, Infusion Management System. Infusion sequence initiated. Warning, Panacea infusion sequence is locked. Disengage safety protocol to enable emergency venting of virus. Disengage safety protocol, vent A. Vent A safety protocol disengaged. Vent A is now unlocked for manual venting. Note the virus infusion process will automatically reinitiate after emergency venting. Disengage safety protocol, vent B. It was about time for these guys to show up.
Okay, have you heard of Paula White King? She is President Trump's spiritual advisor. Have you heard of Charlemagne the God?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Radio guy. Host.
Okay.
I had never heard him before. He's great. At least on this, he is. Paula White King sent up a prayer to have, and this was like
Virus venting, infusion decelerated. Sorry.
after the election, so that this video from Charlemagne the God's morning radio show was up on the 6th. But Paul White King prayed and said that she could hear, she could feel angels from Africa and South America coming to secure victory.
What does that
Donald
mean?
Trump.
What does
And
that
then
even mean?
She starts speaking in tongues. Raka maka haka baka baka dikiti baka. I mean, really, literally, that
Wow.
stupid sounding, just repeated syllables, and then they switched from that back to Charlemagne the God talking about too much mayonnaise that spoils any dish. Paula White, how appropriately she's named because she's extremely white, and that she's called Karen on God, and then they go back to her He says, wait, is there more to the prayer? There's more. She says more stuff. Okay, let's hear what that is. And they go back to her, and her eyes are closed. Says, and strike, and strike, and strike, and strike, and strike, and strike, and strike. It says this, 3 or 4 dozen times, the word strike, and strike, and strike. Until you have achieved victory, we will not blah, 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 blah. Go back to Charlemagne the God, who says that God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost and Beyonce all sent that prayer in this full. They didn't hear you. They don't care. They don't want to hear what you say, Paul White Cane. That white cane is like cocaine. That's bad. You stay away from it. It's bad for you. He is crazy. She is out of her freaking mind.
Clearly.
I never actually heard a person supposedly speaking in tongues. She sounds like what you would expect. It's horrible. I don't know why. If there's a God, I don't know why he lets people like that, spread such BS while waving his flag. Whatever, I don't know why. South America come to deliver victory to Donald Trump. He don't want to see him. He don't want to know him.
The world is a vampire, set to drain, secret destroyer. Ow.
Whoa! Yep, that's what happens on neutral turns.
Yep.
I was wondering about that. Also, if there's a vent A, it's become. It stopped with you.
So it does.
I guess you have to go back to the console. Again, and go back to that should pull it again.
No. Oh shoot. He's just out in there in the middle now. I thought he had one more turn that he could have acted. Well then. Missed. Missed completely.
Yeah, they went pretty wide to the right.
That might be a good idea. Can't get both of them without also getting Blitz.
Baddies just like take cover right in Agger's face.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds really stupid.
Doesn't it?
Like possibly one of the last things he'll ever.
The last thing he'll ever do. Missed. Nope. Okay. Well, that could have gone worse. Before I go back to that, take cover for a minute and handle the surrounding situations a bit. Really? How am I missing? He's right in my face. It's in my face, but I can't grab it.
Troll. I don't know how much damage she would have done if she had like switched to just like punch and back.
Mm-hmm. One of the runners is down! No, they're not. I had a platinum trauma kit. Let's see here. Take 2 turns to run over here. Stays on. Glory. Really? Armor, probably. Emergency override key. The process is almost complete. Not close enough. The virus infusion has been aborted. New objective, confront Audrin? But he's all... Well, okay, he's not dead yet. The burly orc's face, raw and slick with scar tissue, is contorted in a grimace of pain. You've seen this kind of wound before. He doesn't have long. Idiots. 40 years. 40 years and we finally had a chance to make a difference. And you blew it. What was the point of any of this, Audrin? Why kill Vauclair? Actually, no. Take his sidearm first. Audrin's eyes go wide as you reach for his weapon. He tries to bat your hands away, but a wave of coughing sends him into a fit. A bloody mist fills the air. You level the weapon, and he thrashes in panic. Tell me what the point of this was, Audrin. Convince me that any of this was worth it. He smirks through the pain, then coughs up a great wad of bloody phlegm. You looking for my secret motivation? Like maybe I was burnt by a dragon as a kid, and now I want them all dead. Gonna have to disappoint you. He coughs again, writhing in agony on the floor. Then his eyes focus again, and he speaks. Vauclair was right. The worms taking over the world. But they're just the latest. Latest in a long line to F us over. Corporations, politicians, dragons. All a big joke with the rest of us. The punchline. Another bloody cough. Sounds like he's struggling against a collapsed lung. Whole world is going to shit. We're on a runaway train to hell, and someone has to make it. Jump the tracks. I was gonna... He tries to speak, but the only thing that pours from his mouth is blood. A wet whisper, devoid of meaning. He lets out a final barking cough. A fine red mist sprays from his mouth and nostrils. His eyes go wide, and he struggles for breath. It doesn't come. The macabre wreck of his armored chest heaves once, twice, then goes still. He's dead. Quick save. Dragon Chamber Operations Control. Sequence Operations Control Transfer Audrin A1. Panacea has been taken offline via external override. Infusion process aborted. Dragon is not infectious. Lower the Astral Entity Containment Cell into the chamber. Astral Entity Containment Cell has been lowered. Walk away first. The gaunt woman stares wide-eyed as you approach. She presses one hand to the wall of her glass prison, closes her eyes, and mouths one word. Please. The console next to the containment cell appears to control a variety of functions related to the cell's operation, including its life support systems. Next to it is a small intercom button. A green light activates inside the containment cell, and the gaunt woman flinches up at it, startled. Then, understanding appears on her face, and she begins to speak, her eyes flashing from her dragon body, then back to you again and again. Then back to you again and again. Close now, so close. The orc has done what has been done. The longest flight nears its end. She is so close, so very close now. She stops suddenly. Her eyes take in the devices surrounding and invading the dragon's body, the tubes of viscous yellow liquid running into it, the monitors flashing their status. Recognition and horror explode onto her face, and she screams a long, mournful wail. Vauclair, no! No. Defiled. I am defiled! Her face contorts in a mask of fury, and her mouth opens wide, wider than should be possible. Her neck cranes forward, and her head swings from side to side as she hisses her rage. She slathers, her spittle hitting the glass between you as she speaks. Despoiler! Pissant! Vermin! Pig! Dog! He dares touch my sacred me! Shall rend him, flay him, burn! Ash! Nothing left but ash! She stands there, panting for a moment, spent. Then her eyes narrow. Focus. Ice over. It will be slow, Vauclair. I will make it slow. Delicious. Vauclair is dead, Feuerschwinge. The gaunt woman breathes a ragged breath, releases it slowly. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. Will you release me now, orc? Make me whole again. Whole. Maybe, but you need to answer some questions first. You dare! No. Ask. Ask your questions, little orc, so I may escape this cage. The long sleep awaits. The long flight will finally end. Why did you do it? Why kill all those people? The gaunt woman covers her mouth with her hand, a look of horror in her eyes. You did do it, right? You burned thousands of people to death. She glares at you over her hand, nods her head yes. Burned, yes. All so cold. I woke to the cold, the gray. Where is the green, orc? Where is the green? What is it? What is it? What is the green? The mother. Lost. What have they done, little orc? What have they done? How do I know you won't hurt anyone else? Swear it. Feuerschwinge will swear it. How do I know you'll keep your promise? She searches the ground for an answer, finds nothing there. You must trust. Then swear. Swear, yes, swear to hurt no man, no beast, nor tree, nor crop, nor building. Feuerschwinge will fly to the long sleep until the next age of the world, for the forever task, the shelter, the shield, the shepherd. Sacred, it is sacred. The deed must be done, the shelter, the shield, the shepherd. Now let me go or end me, but release me. Release. The gaunt woman begins pacing her cell, up and back, up and back. Astral perception to read Feuerschwinge's aura. Your third eye slides open, revealing the tubes and machinery of Vauclair's infusion chamber as a cold, dead gray. You look to the right, to the beast entangled in the cold nest of metal and plastic. Although it still glows with life, you note that the aura radiating from the dragon's body is damaged, sickly, dull. Your gaze is drawn to the left, to the woman trapped in the cold, hard cell. A harsh white light blazes from her aura, temporarily blinding you, causes shimmering blue globules to dance before your eyes. Viel? Can you hear me? I think he's gone bye-bye. It takes time, but you focus past the glare of her aura to see the swirls of black and sickly green snaking through Feuerschwinge's astral form, cutting swaths of shadow into her light, spilling it backwards into nothingness. Your hand slowly drifts up on its own accord, reaches out, touches the aura glowing through the gray of the containment cell. What is he doing? Seeing the truth, I think. The all-encompassing cold hits you like a sledgehammer, and your mind is overloaded by the ordeal. Awakening. Eyes opening for the first time in an age. The spectrum of colors is beautiful, broader than humanity can imagine. Astral and physical space are one to you, and the green is alive, waiting to show you its growth during your long sleep. The nest has served its purpose, and you leave it behind, taking to the air, exulting in the flex of your muscles, the spread of your wings, the wind on your scales. As you soar over mountains even older than you, the memories come flooding back, wheeling in the sunshine, basking in the sun, the smell of the green, the sounds of nature's symphony. Your heart fills with the thought, and then it is torn apart. You smell it first, and the stink of it chokes you, makes you retch, and then you see it, as far as your keen eye can reach. Human stone and metal, glass and flickering lights sprawled across the land, slicing into the sky, lording over it, smothering the whole of the world. Dead, colorless, without connection, nature's graveyard. You ride the headwind, hovering in space as the world stops. You crush your eyes closed, and when they open again, you can see only one color: red. The vision ends, and your connection to Feuerschwinge's astral form is broken. You woke up to find your world destroyed, didn't you, Feuerschwinge? We killed the green. The gaunt woman stops her pacing, and her eyes slowly rise to meet yours, lucid, unblurred by time or torture or separation from her body. When she speaks, her voice is flat. Yes. Gone. All gone. The cold has won. The world is metal. Feuerschwinge is lost. Don't give up hope, Feuerschwinge. Dragons do not hope, little orc. That gift is for you alone. She wraps her arms around herself, quietly shivering. Lost. Feuerschwinge is lost. There will be no long slumber. The world is dead now. Feuerschwinge is dead. She looks at you longingly. Will you finish it, little orc? Will you end Feuerschwinge? No, Feuerschwinge. A forever task requires patience and faith. The next world could be better. I have been ripped from my body, little orc. Imprisoned in this girl, imprisoned in this cage, tortured longer than the span of your entire lifetime. And I have been defiled. The green is defiled, spoiled. There is no forever for me. Forever is dead. I do not want to sleep the long sleep. I want oblivion. End me, little orc. The green needs you, Feuerschwinge. You are her shelter, her shield, her shepherd. Don't abandon her. I cannot abandon what does not exist. The green is gone. The cold has won. No, the cold hasn't won. Don't forget the elves. They still tend the green. Her brow furrows and her head of stringy hair inclines. The elves? Yes. Look at Tir Nanog, Tir Terngyre. Elven cities devoted to the green, to keeping it safe. Her eyes widen as the memories return. They would build walls around it, as before. The green still lives, Feuerschwinge. She holds her head in her hands. It lives? You are Feuerschwinge. While you live, the green will live. The gaunt woman pulls herself to her full height, speaks as if to herself. While the green still lives, the task remains, until the last world ends. The vessel holding the dragon lifts her face to the sky, to a sky she cannot see. Perhaps it is not too late. Sleep. Sleep would bring healing. My nest. Her fragile form trembles, but she steadies herself. When she speaks again, her voice is calm, at peace. If you release me, little orc, I will sleep the long sleep. I will begin again in the next age of the world. Sleep well, Feuerschwinge, and goodbye. The gaunt woman drops to her knees, her face reflecting a series of emotions. Surprise, relief, appreciation, and finally peace. Then the light exits her eyes and she falls to the floor of her tiny cell, her body limp and lifeless. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then, without warning, the entire chamber fills with a blinding light. You can see nothing. All goes eerily quiet. And yet somewhere, just at the edge of your hearing, you think you can recognize the faint whispering of voices. They sound sad and far away. Just as you think you might discern the voices, there is a massive crash and the entire chamber starts to shake. Disoriented, you stagger for several moments, still blinded and trying to recover. You steady yourself, and your senses return in time to see the faint form of the dragon disappearing in the distance. Then Feuerschwinge is gone. He just released a great dragon. An insane great dragon. She has a point, VL. What Vauclair did to the Firewing was wrong, but I don't know if that justifies setting her free. Lord knows what she's going to do now. I'm not sure I would have made the same call. Oh, come on, Iger. How many other people can say that they've released a captive dragon into the wild? Blitz turns to you and he cracks a wide grin. That was a badass play, Chief. 10 points for style, no question about it. What is done now. There's nothing else for us here. Let's get back to the Kreutz Bazaar.
From what I read, she apparently would have accepted the option of going to the Amazon.
Is there anything else back that way? Nope.
Lots of green across the ocean.
Yep.
It's weird that something that breathes fire would be associated with greenery.
Wait, at this point, why would I need the facility to self-destruct?
The insane Paula White Cane calling on angels from Africa and South America to get busy on the election. Somebody in the comments, YouTube comments from Charlemagne the God bit, said she called on them and they came. The African angels showed up. They sat down in Atlanta and Philadelphia and Detroit and flicked all those 3 states, and the angels from South America showed up in Phoenix and Las Vegas and flipped those 2 states. That was the best comment in all of them, I thought. She got those angels that she asked for. They just didn't, they didn't boost the man she wanted.
I suppose you could load the place to get rid of the excess doom.
Yeah, that's probably wise.
That's bad stuff, and the Panacea is dangerous.
Warning, this process will lock down all further terminal access. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Yes. Base destruction commencing. System offline. You punch the button, and alarm klaxons blare. An ominous rumbling sound fills the air, and the walls start to shake. We need to leave. Now. Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
You have a gift for understatement. Let's get the hell out of here.
You don't just stick around after pushing the button that says self-destruct. If you're gonna blow the joint, you do that on the way out.
You step out of the van, climbing down into the tunnel leading back to your safe house. Just hours ago, you saved Berlin from fire and ash, from the would-be sacrifice of Dr. Adrian Vauclair. It feels strange now, returning in secret, in silence. The other residents of the Kreutz Bazaar go about their business, unaware of what almost happened here tonight. It's finally over. Your team and your Keats are safe once again. Achievement unlocked. Clean slate. The team is waiting when you walk in. Their faces are haggard, their shoulders slumped. Was there a point to all of this, VL? We lost Paul, lost Monica. The Kreutz Bazaar, so many people dead. It was just supposed to be a simple job, remember? A milk run. Get into the estate, snatch some data, and get home in time for worm talk on the Trid. I think we've had enough worm talk for one lifetime. You got that right. If I never have to talk to another dragon again, it'll be too soon. She shakes her head. This whole thing has been a nightmare from the beginning. The idea of dragons taking over the world, the thought of them slowly hoarding everything, it's too big to think about. We're street level. We run the shadows, that's it. Worrying about these sorts of issues is beyond our pay grade. That's what they want. That's what they need. The corpse, the dragons, the politicians. Everyone. They want us to think that we can't make a difference. They put effort, a lot of effort, into making us feel small, insignificant. But we're not. We had the power in our hands today. We had a choice, and we made it. And because of that, the world is different. For good or for ill? That's right. For good or ill. We can't see the future. I don't think that anyone can. But the world is different now, and we're the ones who changed it. So did we, did we win? Berlin is still standing, isn't it? I'd count that as a win. You watch the team take this in. Iger nodding her agreement, Glory staring ahead, lost in thought, Dietrich frowning, eyeing the floor, Blitz fiddling with his deck and pretending not to understand. Iger breaks the silence. So now what? Monica's gone? Paul's gone? Do we keep running together, or is this the end of the road? Glory steps forward, her expression is troubled. I'm afraid that I'm out, for a while at least. I have some personal business to attend to. There's a man that I need to find, a vicious, repulsive monster who needs to be brought to justice. VL knows what I'm talking about. I might be gone for a long time. For the time being, you should write me off. Maybe find someone to fill my shoes. But this place is my home, and you people are my family. I promise you, when the job is done, I'll come back to the Kreutz Bazaar. I hope that you'll still have me. If you need anything, you know where to come. Glory nods. Understood. See you around. I'll miss you, love. Be safe. Dietrich turns to you. Well, I'm in. I'm getting kind of old for a Shadowrunner, but I'd rather die in the shadows with you people than live, I don't know. I thought I had something going there. Whatever. The point is, I'm in. That was beautiful, man. Iger turns to you. So, Viel, you gonna stick around the Kreutz Bazaar and keep running the shadows with me? You've done a hell of a job. I'd be happy to follow your lead. If it means picking up where Monica left off and keeping the Kreutz Bazaar safe, I'm in too. Makes sense to me. Iger looks around, realizes that she forgot Blitz. What about you, Blitz? What about me? Blitz's expression is sober. I mean, sure, whatever. I got nowhere else to go, and no one else to give a shit about me. Why not hang out with insane dragons, assholes toting enormous machine guns, and devil dogs that hump my leg when no one's looking? He sighs. Could be fun, right? So, count me in, I guess. Iger snorts a laugh. Then she's back to business. Before I forget, the Turkish coffee guy sent one of his street rats over before you got here. Said he wants to talk to you about something. Thanks. I'm going to see what's going on in the Kreutz Bazaar. I'll stop by the coffee shop on my way. Viel, I'll admit it. You did a hell of a good job back there. Couldn't have done it better myself. You'd have done fine, but it was my job to lead the team, so I did. She nods appreciatively. That's the right attitude. Anyway, I'll be looking forward to the next run. Just do me a favor. Make sure that the client is properly vetted, and for the love of God, verify that the job has nothing to do with dragons. Done and done. Good man. She dips her head in salute. Until next time. Okay, normally this feels like a good stopping point because I have to go record my life, but this is basically the victory lap at this point. I'm going to finish this out. So, I will be right back. Oh, my leg's asleep. Okay. Hey Dietrich, how's Alexander? Well, boss, we went up against a dragon and lived. He pulls a flask from his jacket and raises it in salute. I guess that's a win in my book. Couldn't have put it better myself. So, any big plans looming on the horizon? New clients you're thinking of going after, maybe? Not now, Dietrich. There's one thing I don't want to think about tonight, it's work. He takes a swig from the flask. You're right, boss. Of course you're right. Oh, and Viel, I meant what I said earlier. From this point on, wherever this team goes, I'll follow. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hey, Chief. That was a hell of a thing, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I'm glad to hear that you'll be staying on with the team. Well, it's not like I'm doing much else. That whole Emily thing still stings, Chief. It sort of took the wind out of my sails. I won't stay deflated for long, I'm sure. Maybe I could introduce you to some people. I make a pretty good wingman. He offers you a tentative smile. Maybe, Chief, but not right now. For the time being, I think that I need some me time. Wait, but I thought she was going to be back.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
that you got the good...
Yeah, I thought so too. Oh well. Sure. Oh, and Blitz, you've done a great job all around. Thanks, Chief. You too.
Maybe the canonical results is what you see at the end of the game.
Maybe.
Or something.
Glory looks up from her preparations at the sound of your approach. She offers you a slight smile. Viel, you got us through the night alive. Well done. You're running off to find Harrow, I take it. That's right. He's already gotten enough of a head start on me. Wherever he's gone off to, it'll only get worse the longer I wait. So I'm headed out after him, and I'm leaving tonight. I kind of want to go help her, but at the same time, everyone else is relying on me, so I'll keep a seat warm in the safe house for you. Do you know when you'll be back? Tracking Harrow isn't going to be easy. He could still be somewhere in Germany, but it's just as likely that he hopped a flight or booked passage on a container ship. If he did either of those things, he could literally be anywhere. Maybe I'll find him tomorrow. Stranger things have happened. But it's more likely that it'll take months, maybe even years. I could look through Amsel's old contact list if you want. It's a long shot, but maybe one of them could point you in the right direction. She nods. See what you can find. You know my comlink number. Well, I guess that this is it for a while then. It is, but only for a while. Viel, your friendship means a lot to me. This team means a lot. I wouldn't be leaving if I didn't have to, and I fully intend to come back. I'd like that. I'd be willing to bet that we all would. I know. I'll be back as soon as the job's done, Viel. That's a promise. I'll hold you to that. Good hunting, Glory. She offers you a parting smile. Thanks, Viel, for everything. Shadowland? Nope, nothing new on Shadowland. Can't talk with Malit. Lane has something to say. Lane oversees the repair of one of the Kreuzbazar's buildings. The old troll seems to be standing taller, barely needing the crutch. His face is as grim as always, but there is less weariness in his eyes than before. Viel? Reinforcements, Colonel? Don't call me Colonel, pup. These are the only reinforcements you'll get from me. We're shoring up the fortifications, such as they are. Lots of damage during the attack, plus they exposed some holes in our defenses we really ought to plug up, just in case. We appreciate your help, Alexei. It's the least I can do. I wasn't much help during the attack. Truth be told, I owe my life to Samuel, his people, and to the Kreuzbazar. This is my way of saying thanks. You just holler if there's anything else I can help with. What's the mood around here? It varies from group to group and person to person. Some of the younger ones who weren't injured in the attack, they want to rally and take the fight to whoever deserves it. But there are plenty of others with the sense to wonder if the Kreuzbazar is a safe place to live anymore. I admit I've given that question some thought myself in recent days. It's a tough call. Very. I've called this place home since I retired from the service. It was a sanctuary for me for many years. Not sure if it can be again. If I'm here tomorrow, I'll keep doing what I can to help. And if I'm gone, well, you'll know why. You were a soldier once. What changed you? You mean why'd I lose my taste for war? Besides losing both legs and a lung? Well, I'll tell you, if only so it might teach you something about this world we live in. If you know about the First Euro War, then you likely know how it ended. The Night Wraiths. I didn't just lose my legs in a bombing. I lost them in the bombing. Whoever was behind those bombers, they weren't aiming for us or the Russians. They were aiming to end the war. They bombed everybody on both sides. I was commanding from the field, and my T-Bird was caught up in the firestorm with all the rest. Not sure how I survived when so many others died. But when they pulled me from the wreck, I was only half the man I used to be, in more ways than one. Spent months recovering with nothing to do but think on the futility of it all. So many men had died under my command to hold that border, and for what? One day, a man in a little room orders a handful of planes to deliver their payloads. He watches feeds of bombs dropping and numbers falling. It's surgical, sterile, cold. And all the wars ever achieve is to rob a child of a father or mother, or parents of a son or daughter. That's why the Arctic fox died out there in the snow. I'll leave you to your work. Hey, Kim. How are you holding up? Simi Kim seems as lost as ever, standing in the middle of the Kreutz Bazaar, observing all the activity around her. To her credit, she has not retreated into one of her sims today. So much is happening. Can be a bit overwhelming. But this is different. Before there was so much bad. Now there is so much good. Do you want to help? I want to be strong. Strong people help. But I don't know what to do. I'm not good at anything. There are kids who need looking after. Kim glances across the way, where two of the Kreutz Bazaar's littlest ones peek out of an upper-story window. Some of them lost their parents. I never knew mine. She looks up to you, with eyes too young for everything she's been through. Do you think they'd want to talk with me? The way Monica would? I think they could all use a big sister. I think I'd like that. I made mistakes, but I can help them not make those mistakes. I always wanted to forget the past, bad memories, but maybe I can do something good with the bad. What about your Sims? They'll be waiting for me, I guess. They're not real, you know. I'm not sure how I feel about them anymore. Maybe you don't need them now. What do you think? I don't know. I get anxious, and it's just so easy to go inside. But I don't want to anymore. That's what's different. Got things of my own to see to. Goodbye. Good. I'm happy for her. No, she doesn't have anything new to say. Nobody to talk to back there. So back to the streets, out of Divine Keller. doesn't have anything to say. Algernon hums tunelessly to himself while he fiddles with one of his many talismans. When he sees you, he smiles broadly. Here he is, Absinthe, the clear-sighted one. To be certain, this orc is to be heralded with much praise, Algernon Half-Dream, though his release of the Great Worm will have ramifications, to be sure. This day is full of portent. What do you mean, portent? The Feuerschwinger worm is not a minor player in the Great Cycle. The effects of her release will resonate across time and space. Is that good? Algernon smiles. For some. Good is a children's term in a world without connections, without nuance. Her expression slackens, becomes dreamy. Before the next cycle's end, the Feuerschwinger worm will speak again with the voice of the maiden. The dancer will spin, the seal will melt, and the calm lake will burn. Algernon purses his lips, annoyed. You make it sound like a bad thing. Do not jest, Half-Dream. We must be going, and soon. Going? Where are you going? Machu Picchu. It is in South America. I have business there that has become urgent. It will not be urgent till tomorrow, Half-Dream. You have time to pack up your wares. There is more to it than that, woman, and you know it. He bows to you with a flourish. Goodbye, VL. We will meet again, I think, though not for a long, long time. Alright, well, Altug. Talk to me. Ah, how very propitious it is that we may speak again, O Master of Mayhem. I have a proposal for you that could prove most lucrative for us both, Effendim. Most lucrative. Fortune will surely smile upon our blessed partnership if you will only accept. I'm listening, O Master of Hyperbole. With the passing of Herr Amsel, may God bestow his mercy on him, you find yourself without a fixer. I wish to offer my services to you in this regard. You will find that Altug Buragazi is a most connected and business-savvy partner. Sounds like a match made in heaven, Altug. How do we start? I have already found a potential client, O Blessed One. A most prosperous one, with deep pockets. He is eager to meet you. When you are ready, take the U-Bahn to Brandenburger Tor. He will find you there. Brandenburger Tor, got it. As soon as I finish up here, I'll go meet him. Oh, there is a bit more. Your PDA buzzes. An incoming comm. Sender unknown. Answer it. An all-too-familiar face appears on the screen. She's frowning, a look of incredible sorrow in her eyes. Oh, Ace, you've made a terrible, terrible mistake. Nothing should have the kind of power you were asking for. I had to do what I did. No, Ace, you didn't. You chose to do what you did, just as you chose to free me. I'm not afraid of you. The Monica Image's muscles begin to contort and stretch. Her mouth twists up into a rictus grin. You really, really should. The comm cuts off. Your PDA screen goes black.
I had a feeling Apex wasn't going to be happy with you.
No. there is more work to be done. So, I shall not be continuing tonight. Come back Wednesday to find out what this next job holds. Unless it's just the credits rolling, in which case I'll feel silly. But I have run long enough for one day. Wait, what did that say? Okay. So come back on Wednesday, where we'll find out what awaits in Brandenburger Tor. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you all then. But before you leave, before you depart, I shall once more send everyone Desert Busward with a raid. They are doing good things, and they can always use more viewers.
And if you stick around too long, some fish might show up.
Belopa! So let's get Baracas! So let us prepare the raid. And here we go. See you on the other side.
From the smartest people that you can talk to. They're the generation below millennials, and they're double screwed, so they're already double smart. It's time to talk to some teen girls on the street. Alright, I've got a whole bunch of teen girls here, and if those teen girls are ready for it, I'm just going to go around the room clockwise.
Is Kathleen taking into a spoon?
So, starting with Allison, I'm going to say hello.
It looks like it.
Teen girl on the street. I am told that there is a trend that is sweeping the teen girls of this nation. What teen girl on the street? What can your cohort not resist?
Okay, the hottest trend on the street is wearing those like cloth face masks that make you all like nice and moisturized, but like all the time as like a fashion statement. They get kind of like crunchy and like a little like stale, and they kind of like start sliding off your face after you've absorbed all of the like serum and essences. But like you can just like find ways to take that on.
Excellent. So you're really into getting every last
Oh, whoops.
you know,